Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. Why Harry's Parseltongue ability remained. After the Horcrux was destroyed, the dark shadows of the Forbidden Forest seemed to whisper secrets as ancient as magic itself, much like the mysterious serpentine language that once flowed from Harry Potter's lips. Throughout the wizarding world, the ability to speak Parseltongue has been cloaked in suspicion and fear, associated almost exclusively with those drawn to the dark arts, and most notoriously with Salazar Slytherin's bloodline. Yet one of the most intriguing mysteries that lingers after the Battle of Hogwarts centers on Harry Potter's connection to this rare magical gift. For years it was assumed that Harry's ability to communicate with serpents was merely a consequence of hosting a fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul, an unintentional Horcrux created the night James and Lily Potter were murdered. This explanation seemed complete when, after Voldemort destroyed his own soul fragment within Harry in the Forbidden Forest, Harry appeared to have lost this ability. However, whispers among magical theorists suggest something far more fascinating, that Harry's Parseltongue ability may not have vanished entirely, but rather transformed or remained dormant within him. Consider for a moment the nature of magical abilities. Throughout wizarding history, magical talents have rarely been as simple as they first appear. They intertwine with a witch or wizard's core being, becoming part of their magical signature. If we examine the rare documented cases of magical abilities being acquired rather than inherited, we find intriguing patterns suggesting that magic, once learned, leaves permanent traces on the wizard's magical essence. The foundation of this theory lies in understanding the fundamental nature of Horcruxes and their effect on their unintended hosts. When the fragment of Voldemort's soul attached itself to young Harry, it didn't simply exist alongside him. It became integrated with his developing magical core during his formative years. For 10 years before Harry even knew he was a wizard, this connection shaped his magical development, possibly creating neural and magical pathways that would not be simply undone by the soul fragment's destruction. Imagine magical abilities as languages written into the very fabric of a wizard's being. When Harry hosted the Horcrux, Parseltongue was essentially downloaded into his magical makeup. The soul fragment may have been the original source, but the ability itself became encoded within Harry's own magical signature over time. Just as learning a language physically changes the brain's structure, exposure to Parseltongue likely altered Harry's magical pathways permanently. There exists a fascinating parallel in the wizarding world, the case of wizards who have suffered memory charms, but retain muscle memory of spells they've forgotten learning. The body and magic remember what the conscious mind does not. Similarly, Harry's magical core may retain the imprint of Parseltongue even after the Horcrux was destroyed. Adding weight to this theory is the nature of Harry's connection to Voldemort throughout the series. As that connection grew stronger, Harry didn't simply channel Voldemort's abilities, he incorporated them, used them as his own. Each time Harry spoke Parseltongue, the pathways in his magical core were reinforced, becoming more truly his own, rather than merely borrowed. By the time Voldemort destroyed the Horcrux in the Forbidden Forest, Parseltongue had likely become too deeply integrated with Harry's own magic to be completely severed. Picture magic as water flowing through channels in the earth. The Horcrux may have initially carved these channels in Harry's magical essence, but over 17 years, the flow of his own magic would have shaped, widened, and claimed these pathways as part of its natural course. Removing the Horcrux wouldn't refill these channels, they would remain as part of the landscape of Harry's magical identity. Another aspect supporting this theory comes from examining the differences between Harry's and Voldemort's use of Parseltongue. While both could speak the language, Harry used it differently, often unconsciously, without malice, and frequently for protection rather than harm. This suggests that Harry's magic had already begun adapting Parseltongue to his own magical signature, separate from its dark origins in Voldemort's soul fragment. The theoretical implications extend further when we consider the concept of magical affinities. Throughout wizarding history, certain families display particular talents across generations. Metamorphagy in the Black family line, seers among the Trelawneys. What if Harry, through his unique experience, developed a genuine affinity for serpent communication that transcended the Horcrux's presence? After all, his own ancestor Ignotus Peverell had connections to Slytherin's line through distant relations, potentially providing a dormant genetic predisposition that the Horcrux merely awakened rather than implanted. Some magical theorists have proposed that while Harry's active ability to speak Parseltongue might have diminished after the Horcrux's destruction, he likely retained a passive understanding of the language. This phenomenon would be similar to how many people can understand a foreign language better than they can speak it. Harry might still comprehend serpent speech without being able to generate it himself, at least not without concentrated effort. The most compelling evidence for this theory, however, lies in the nature of Harry's connection to the Elder Wand and its recognition of him as its master. Wand lore tells us that wands recognize not just the wizard's physical identity, but their magical signature. If Harry's magical signature had been fundamentally altered by the Horcrux's removal, would the Elder Wand have still recognized him as its master after his confrontation with Voldemort in the forest? The wand's continued allegiance suggests his magical essence remained fundamentally unchanged despite the Horcrux's destruction. Imagine wandering through the corridors of the Department of Mysteries, where researchers study the deepest aspects of magical nature. There, you might find ancient texts theorizing that magical abilities exist on a spectrum rather than in absolute states of presence or absence. Perhaps Harry moved along this spectrum, from fluent Parseltongue speaker to someone with a lingering sensitivity to serpent communication. Consider, too, the protective properties of Lily Potter's sacrifice, which remained active in Harry's blood long after her death. Magic tied to sacrifice, love, and protection seems to create especially enduring enchantments in the wizarding world. If Lily's protection could persist for so many years, might not other magical influences, even those with darker origins, leave similarly permanent impressions? There remains the intriguing possibility that Harry's Parseltongue ability went dormant rather than disappeared entirely. Throughout magical history, there are accounts of abilities manifesting only under specific circumstances, often tied to emotional states or magical environments. Perhaps Harry retained the capacity for Parseltongue, but could only access it under conditions similar to those that triggered it during his youth, moments of stress, danger, or when in the presence of actual serpents. The halls of Hogwarts have witnessed countless magical mysteries, many of which remain unsolved to this day. The case of Harry's Parseltongue ability joins these enigmas, reminding us that magic, particularly when it touches the very essence of a wizard's being, rarely follows simple, predictable patterns. Magic leaves echoes, creates resonances that persist long after the original spell has faded. As shadows lengthen and stars appear in the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall, one wonders about the nature of magical inheritance and acquisition. If Harry did indeed retain some aspect of Parseltongue after the Horcrux's destruction, what does this suggest about other magical abilities we assume to be innate or acquired? Could any witch or wizard potentially learn Parseltongue, given the right circumstances and exposure? Or perhaps the truth is even more fascinating, that Harry's unique experience created an entirely new form of magical ability, neither fully inherited nor completely external, but a true magical hybrid born from his extraordinary life. As you drift toward dreams filled with whispered hisses and the mysteries of magical inheritance, consider this question: If magical abilities can be acquired through such extraordinary circumstances, what other dormant talents might exist within each witch and wizard, waiting for the right catalyst to awaken them? Chapter 2. How the Room of Requirement can create portals to anywhere. Beyond the ordinary passages of Hogwarts Castle, there exists a chamber of extraordinary mystery and power. The Room of Requirement stands as perhaps the most enigmatic magical space in the wizarding world, a testament to magic's ability to sense need and respond accordingly. While students and teachers alike have used this wondrous room for everything from storage to secret gatherings, a deeper theory suggests that the room's capabilities extend far beyond what we've witnessed, that hidden within its ever-changing walls lies the power to create portals connecting to any location throughout the wizarding world. Imagine standing before that blank wall on the 7th floor, pacing 3 times with clear intent in your mind, but instead of requesting a training space or a place to hide treasures, you focus on a distant location, perhaps the sunlit shores of Shell Cottage, the mysterious depths of the Ministry of Magic, or even the snow-covered streets of Hogsmeade Village. According to this theory, the Room of Requirement possesses the remarkable ability to forge magical connections to these places, creating doorways that transcend ordinary magical transportation. The foundation for this theory begins with examining what we already know about the room's established capabilities. The room can transform itself into virtually any space needed, from a cathedral-sized storage facility to an intimate bathroom. It can produce objects ranging from brooms to books, pillows to potions. If we accept these abilities as canonical, we must then consider the deeper magical principles at work. The room doesn't simply reshape existing matter. It appears to create it, sometimes seemingly from nothing, a direct challenge to Gamp's elemental law of transfiguration. But what if the room isn't creating these things at all? What if, instead, it's summoning them from elsewhere through magical connections that act as invisible portals? This would explain how the room can provide virtually anything: books from the Hogwarts library, furniture likely stored elsewhere in the castle, or training equipment perhaps kept in various professors' offices. Rather than conjuring these items, the room might be temporarily relocating them through miniature portals. Taking this theory further, consider what happened during the Battle of Hogwarts, when Neville Longbottom discovered that the room had created a passage to the Hogshead Inn. This tunnel, which hadn't existed previously, demonstrates the room's ability to forge connections to distant locations when presented with sufficient need. But was this an anomaly, or merely a glimpse of the room's true potential? Various magical accounts throughout history suggest that places of concentrated magic can sometimes develop unexpected properties. The Department of Mysteries, with its various chambers dedicated to different magical phenomena, contains rooms that seem to bend the laws of space itself. If such places exist within the Ministry, might not Hogwarts, arguably the most magically concentrated location in Britain, harbor similar spatial anomalies? Ancient wizarding texts reference magical locations where the boundaries between places grow thin. The most famous are ley lines, channels of magical energy that crisscross the earth, creating nodes of power where they intersect. Hogwarts Castle, according to some magical historians, was deliberately constructed at such an intersection, enhancing the ambient magic available to the school. The Room of Requirement, positioned high in the castle, might act as a focal point for these energies, allowing it to manipulate space in ways that would be impossible elsewhere. Consider also the magical principles behind existing modes of magical transportation. Flue powder temporarily connects fireplaces through the flue network. Portkeys create momentary bridges between locations. Apparition involves compressing space to move through it. What if the Room of Requirement can harness aspects of all these transportation methods, but in a more stable, controlled manner? Picture the room as a nexus of magical possibility, drawing on the castle's centuries of accumulated enchantments. When a witch or wizard requests a connection to another place with sufficient need and clarity, the room might be able to thin the magical boundaries between locations, creating a doorway where none existed before. This wouldn't violate Hogwarts' anti-apparition enchantments, as the traveler wouldn't be apparating. They would simply be walking through a doorway that happens to exit somewhere else entirely. Evidence supporting this theory can be found in the existing capabilities of vanishing cabinets, magical objects that create stable passages between matched pairs. During Harry's 6th year at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy repaired the broken cabinet in the Room of Hidden Things, creating a path for Death Eaters to enter the school from Borgin and Burks. If a mere cabinet can create such a pathway, surely the Room of Requirement itself, with its vastly greater magical resources, could create similar connections without needing a matched object at the destination. The restrictions on such portal creation would likely be significant. Just as the room cannot produce food following Gamp's law, it probably couldn't create portals to locations protected by specific enchantments like the Fidelius charm. Nor could it likely connect to places its user has never seen or cannot clearly visualize. The specificity of intent seems crucial to the room's function. Some theoretical magicians have suggested that during the years Hogwarts was under siege in the Second Wizarding War, the room's portal abilities may have gradually awakened in response to the urgent needs of the castle's inhabitants. The tunnel to the Hog's Head didn't appear until months into Neville's residence there, suggesting the room might have been slowly developing this capability in response to the students' increasing desperation for a supply line and escape route. If we examine the room's known behavior patterns, another fascinating possibility emerges. The room appears not just responsive to current needs, but somehow anticipatory of future ones. During Dumbledore's army meetings, it provided exactly the training materials required before the students themselves knew what they needed. This suggests a form of magical prescience, as if the room can sense not just present needs but developing ones. Combining this apparent foresight with potential portal creation abilities presents an extraordinary possibility. Could the room, under circumstances of dire need, create doorways to precisely where a person needs to be, even if they themselves don't know where that is? Imagine a student in mortal danger requesting sanctuary. The room might create a portal to the one place where they would be truly safe, even if that location wasn't specifically requested. The theoretical implications extend even further. If the room can indeed create portals based on need rather than specific destination requests, it might be able to connect to places its user has never visited or even heard of. A researcher desperately seeking a rare ingredient might find a doorway leading to a distant forest where that plant grows. A healer needing urgent consultation might discover a passage to a medical library containing the precise information required. There remains the question of how such extraordinary magic could exist without being widely known and utilized. The most likely explanation lies in the room's fundamental nature. It responds specifically to need, not mere desire. Creating a portal to another location would require genuine necessity, not simply the wish to travel there. Furthermore, the intent behind the request would need to be pure in some sense, aligned with the castle's deeper purposes of learning, growth, and protection. Magical theorists have long debated whether Hogwarts itself possesses a form of sentience, a collective consciousness born from centuries of magical saturation and the imprints of countless students and teachers. If such awareness exists, it might act as a guiding force for the room's portal creation, ensuring this power isn't misused for trivial or harmful purposes. The whispered stories of the room's abilities have been passed down through generations of Hogwarts students, most dismissed as fanciful exaggerations. Yet accounts persist of students in moments of true crisis finding doorways where none should exist. A terrified first year separated from their group during the Battle of Hogwarts, suddenly discovering a passage directly to the safety of their evacuating housemates, or a critically injured student stumbling through a doorway that led directly to the hospital wing despite being floors away. As moonlight filters through the enchanted windows of this theoretical framework, consider how such an ability would transform our understanding of magical spaces. The Room of Requirement wouldn't merely be an enchanted chamber, but a nexus of magical transportation, rivaling the sophistication of the Floo network or Portkey office, yet operating on entirely different principles, responding to need rather than specific coordinates. attuned to intention rather than incantation. The mist of possibility swirls around this theory, neither proven nor disproven by the accounts that have reached us. Perhaps in the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, long after the battle has faded into history, students still occasionally discover doorways that shouldn't exist, leading to places they desperately need to reach. Perhaps you yourself, in moments of genuine need, might someday pace before that blank wall and discover a portal opening to precisely where you need to be. As the candles gently flicker and the theory settles into contemplation, consider this. If magical spaces can indeed respond to our deepest needs, creating connections across vast distances, what other boundaries might be more permeable than we've been led to believe? Could the Room of Requirement's supposed portal abilities suggest that space itself is more flexible, more responsive to magical intention than the standard spells taught at Hogwarts would have us understand? Chapter 3. The Horcrux, Grindelwald, and Dumbledore, created together. In the quiet hours when history sleeps, there are whispers of secrets so profound that they reshape our understanding of even the most familiar tales. Among the deepest mysteries of the wizarding world lies the complex relationship between Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, two young wizards whose brilliance was matched only by their ambition. Their brief but intense friendship during that fateful summer in Godric's Hollow has been documented in historical accounts. But what if there was more to their connection than shared ideals and youthful dreams? What if, in their pursuit of the Deathly Hallows and their vision of wizard dominance, they performed magic so dark and binding that its echoes reverberated through both their lives for decades to come? The theory we explore tonight suggests something extraordinary, that Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald may have created a Horcrux together, binding their souls and fates in ways that would shape the course of wizarding history. To understand the foundation of this theory, we must first examine what we know from established accounts. Dumbledore and Grindelwald, both prodigiously talented and ambitious young wizards, formed an intense friendship during the summer of 1899. Their shared interest in the Deathly Hallows and their vision of wizard supremacy for the greater good united them in a partnership that Dumbledore would later describe as more than mere friendship. The depth of their connection was such that Dumbledore admitted decades later that he had been blinded by his feelings, unable to see the darkness growing in his friend until it was too late. Their partnership ended abruptly with the tragic death of Dumbledore's sister Ariana during a three-way duel between Albus, Aberforth, and Grindelwald. Following this tragedy, their paths diverged dramatically. Grindelwald fled, eventually rising to become the most dangerous dark wizard of his era, while Dumbledore remained haunted by guilt and remorse, ultimately becoming the wizard who would finally defeat Grindelwald in 1945. But what if something more happened during those intense summer weeks, something that created a magical bond between them that could not be severed by mere physical distance or ideological differences? Consider the nature of Horcruxes as we understand them from Tom Riddle's later experiments. A Horcrux requires the splitting of one's soul through the supreme act of evil, but magical theory suggests that the fundamental principles of Horcrux creation might have been discovered and developed through various experimental approaches before Riddle refined the process to its most terrible form. What if Dumbledore and Grindelwald, in their brilliance and hubris, discovered an earlier, different method of soul magic, perhaps one that involved the voluntary merging and splitting of two souls, rather than the violent fracturing of a single one? Imagine these two extraordinary young wizards, drunk on their own brilliance, discovering ancient texts that hinted at the possibility of soul bonds that transcended normal magical connections. In their pursuit of power and their belief in their own exceptionalism, they might have performed an experimental ritual, not fully understanding its consequences, that joined and then split portions of their souls, creating a shared Horcrux that contained fragments of both their magical essences. The catalyst for such magic need not have been a deliberate murder, as with Riddle's Horcruxes. Instead, it might have been tied to their blood pact. a magic we know they performed that bound them together. What if the blood pact was merely the physical manifestation of a deeper, more profound magical binding? In the complex alchemy of soul magic, their shared blood, freely given, combined with their extraordinary magical power and their intense emotional connection, might have created conditions perfect for an unintended consequence, the splitting and merging of soul fragments. If such a Horcrux existed, what object might have contained it? The most likely candidate would be the blood pact itself, the small vial containing drops of their mingled blood that Grindelwald carried with him for decades, and which Dumbledore later acquired. This object, known to have contained powerful magic that prevented the two wizards from moving against each other directly, might have been more than a simple magical contract. It might have been a receptacle for fragments of both their souls. This theory helps explain several mysteries that have long puzzled magical historians. First, it might account for Dumbledore's extraordinary reluctance to confront Grindelwald during the latter's rise to power. While Dumbledore attributed this reluctance to his fear of learning who had cast the spell that killed Ariana, there may have been a deeper magical reason. The Horcrux binding them might have created a connection that made direct conflict between them magically complex and personally painful in ways that went beyond emotional hesitation. Second, it could explain Grindelwald's unusual behavior during his later imprisonment. Unlike Voldemort, who remained consumed by hatred and the desire for revenge, Grindelwald eventually showed signs of remorse. Historical accounts suggest that in his final years at Nurmengard, he refused to give Voldemort information about the Elder Wand, effectively trying to protect Dumbledore. If part of Dumbledore's soul had resided within Grindelwald through a shared Horcrux, might this have gradually influenced him over the decades, perhaps allowing Dumbledore's capacity for love and remorse to slowly affect Grindelwald's own emotional landscape? Third, this theory might shed new light on Dumbledore's extraordinary magical abilities and his deep understanding of soul magic. His insights into Voldemort's Horcruxes and his ability to recognize the magical signatures of such dark objects might not have come purely from academic study, but from intimate personal experience with similar magic. Consider also the symbolic mirroring between Dumbledore and Grindelwald that persisted throughout their lives. Both were considered the most brilliant wizards of their generation. Both held the Elder Wand at different times. Both led movements that shaped wizarding society, though in vastly different directions. This persistent symmetry might reflect a magical reality, that they remained connected at the level of soul, their lives and powers in a constant, delicate balance with each other. The creation of such a Horcrux would almost certainly have been accidental. Neither young wizard, despite their flirtation with dark magic, would likely have intentionally performed magic that would bind them forever to each other. More plausible is that in experimenting with ancient blood magic related to their pact, they unwittingly created something more powerful and permanent than they intended, a cautionary tale about the dangers of magical experimentation when combined with emotional intensity and unbridled ambition. What might have happened to this Horcrux after Grindelwald's defeat? If the blood pact itself was the vessel, we know it was eventually destroyed, but destroying a Horcrux through conventional means would typically release the soul fragment, not destroy it. Perhaps when Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in 1945, the magical conditions were created for their separated soul fragments to return to their original owners, explaining Grindelwald's capacity for eventual remorse and Dumbledore's deepened wisdom and compassion in his later years. Alternatively, if the blood pact Horcrux remained intact until Dumbledore's investigation of Voldemort's Horcruxes, he might have recognized the similarity in the magic and realized what he and Grindelwald had accidentally created decades earlier. In his pursuit of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore might have been simultaneously working to undo his own past mistake, perhaps destroying the blood pact using the same method he used on the ring Horcrux, explaining the similar injury to his hand. The magical residue of such a connection might also explain Dumbledore's unique understanding of love as the most powerful magic, not as a theoretical concept, but as someone who had experienced firsthand how love could become entangled with the darkest of magics, creating bonds that transcended normal magical understanding. Whispers in the Department of Mysteries suggest that soul magic exists on a spectrum, with Voldemort's Horcruxes representing only the darkest extreme. Other forms of soul bonds, some harmful, some beneficial, might exist throughout magical practice. Marriage bonds, life debts, sacrificial protection like Lily Potter's, all these might be different expressions of soul magic operating at different points on this spectrum. A Dumbledore Grindelwald Horcrux would represent a unique point on this continuum, neither as malevolent as Voldemort's creations, nor as benevolent as sacrificial protection, but something ambiguous and complex, much like the relationship between the two wizards themselves. If such a Horcrux existed, its creation and eventual destruction might have left magical traces that influenced events far beyond the direct interaction of the two wizards. The magical resonances of such powerful soul magic might have created ripples through the fabric of magical reality, perhaps even influencing the later connection between Harry Potter and Voldemort, a different kind of soul bond across generations of magical conflict. As the embers of this theory glow softly in the darkness, consider the poetic symmetry it suggests. Dumbledore, who helped Harry understand and destroy the Horcruxes that bound Voldemort to life, might himself have carried the burden of a similar mistake made in his youth. His guidance of Harry might have been informed, not just by academic knowledge, but by profound personal experience with the consequences of soul magic gone awry. As you drift toward dreaming, ponder this question. If two brilliant young wizards could accidentally create a bond that shaped their destinies for decades to come, what other unintended magical connections might exist in the wizarding world, silently influencing the paths of those who unknowingly carry them? Chapter 4. Why the Black Family Mounted House Elf Heads as a Form of Honor. The ancestral home of the noble and most ancient House of Black stands as a shadowed monument to old wizarding traditions, its walls adorned with portraits of stern-faced ancestors, and its hallways bearing silent testimony to centuries of magical heritage. Among the many curious and unsettling decorations that grace the halls of Number 12, Grimmauld Place, perhaps none disturbs modern visitors more than the mounted heads of former house elves displayed along the staircase. When Harry Potter first encountered this macabre exhibition, he was understandably horrified, viewing it as yet another indication of the Black family's cruelty and their disdain for magical beings they considered inferior. But what if our modern interpretation misses a deeper, more complex truth? What if these mounted heads were not symbols of contempt, but rather a form of honor, a tradition that, while disturbing to contemporary sensibilities, represented something entirely different to the Black family and to the house elves who served them? To understand this theory, we must first set aside our modern perspective and immerse ourselves in the ancient traditions of pure-blood wizarding families. The relationship between such families and their house elves has been portrayed primarily through the lens of servitude and often cruelty. Yet historical accounts of the oldest wizarding households suggest a more nuanced dynamic, one where house elves were considered almost extensions of the family itself, albeit in a rigidly hierarchical manner. Consider what we know of house elf magic and psychology. These beings possess powerful magic quite different from that of wizards, able to apparate where wizards cannot, binding themselves through magic that even the ministry cannot fully regulate or understand. Their devotion to their families transcends normal servitude, becoming something closer to a magical symbiosis. Within this context, the treatment of deceased house elves takes on new significance. The ancient wizarding families like the Blacks existed within a complex web of traditions and symbolic practices that often revolved around preserving family legacy. The very architecture of their homes was designed to showcase their heritage, portraits that maintained family wisdom across generations, tapestries recording bloodlines, artifacts passed down through centuries. In such an environment, what we initially perceive as the desecration of house elf remains might instead be viewed as their permanent inclusion in the family's physical legacy. Magical historians have discovered scattered references to house elf burial traditions among the oldest pureblood families. These accounts suggest that, while most wizarding families buried their house elves in unmarked graves or disposed of their remains without ceremony, the oldest and most traditional families had more elaborate practices. For them, a house elf that had served faithfully for decades was not merely a servant, but a guardian of family secrets and traditions. Their continued presence in the home after death was considered a form of protection and continuity. The Black family motto, toujours pur, des walls pure, reflects their obsession with blood purity. But purity in ancient magical traditions often extended beyond mere bloodlines to encompass purity of purpose and dedication. A house elf who had devoted their entire existence to the family demonstrated the ultimate purity of service, something the Blacks, with their focus on absolute loyalty to family above all else, would have valued tremendously. There exists a fascinating parallel in certain ancient magical cultures where the preservation of the heads of powerful magical beings was believed to retain some essence of their magic. In East Asian magical traditions, the skulls of certain magical creatures were preserved as family treasures, believed to continue providing protection to the household. Similar practices existed among certain Native American magical communities, where the preserved remains of magical creatures were treated with reverence as continuing sources of power and protection. What if the Black family tradition stemmed from similar beliefs? The preservation and mounting of house elf heads might have been seen as a way of keeping the elf's protective magic and knowledge within the family home even after death, a final honor for their service, and a means of ensuring their magic continued to guard the family they had served in life. Further supporting this theory is the placement of the house elf heads along the staircase, a central, prominent location within the home. If these displays were meant merely as warnings or examples of cruelty, they would likely have been relegated to servant areas or displayed in less prominent positions. Instead, they occupy a space of transition within the home, guarding the pathway between floors, traditionally a place where protective talismans and family honors would be displayed in ancient magical dwellings. The reaction of Creature, the last house elf of the Black family, provides additional insight. While he expresses horror at the thought that his own head might not join those of his ancestors on the wall, modern readers typically interpret this as evidence of his indoctrination into the cruelty of the Black family. But what if Creature's desire represents something more? The genuine expectation of a final honor, the culmination of a life of service that would grant him permanent place in the family's legacy. For Creature, being denied this final honor would mean exclusion from the ancestral line of Black family elves, separation from his forebears, and failure in his life's purpose of serving the noble house of Black. His distress makes perfect sense if we understand the mounted heads not as symbols of subjugation, but as markers of valued service and continued inclusion in the family structure after death. Archaeological studies of other ancient wizarding dwellings have revealed similar, if less elaborate, treatments of house elf remains. In the foundations of certain manors dating back to the 15th and 16th centuries, house elf remains have been discovered in positions suggesting deliberate burial within the home structure, often at threshold points like doorways or windows. Magical analysis of these sites indicates residual protective enchantments centered on these remains, suggesting they served a magical purpose beyond mere disposal. The mounting of house elf heads may have evolved from these earlier practices, becoming more formalized and visible as families like the Blacks sought to display their adherence to ancient traditions. What began as a protective magical practice gradually transformed into a status symbol, a way of demonstrating both the family's ancient lineage and the generations of loyal service they had commanded. There exists a tantalizing reference in the journals of Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster of Hogwarts and ancestor of Sirius Black, which hints at a ritual performed when mounting a house elf's head. The passage, fragmented and obscure, mentions the preservation of loyal service and binding the guardian to the threshold. Though the specifics of the ritual are not described, The language suggests something more ceremonial and respectful than the casual cruelty modern wizards might assume. The evolution of this practice likely parallels the changing relationship between wizarding families and house elves over centuries. What may have begun as a more mutualistic magical relationship gradually shifted toward exploitation as the original meaning of the traditions faded. By Sirius Black's time, even members of the family itself had lost sight of the original purpose behind mounting house elf heads, seeing it merely as another example of their family's dark and cruel traditions. This interpretation challenges us to reconsider other aspects of house elf culture that modern wizards find disturbing. The house elves' resistance to freedom, typically attributed to brainwashing or magical compulsion, might instead reflect a fundamentally different understanding of their relationship with wizarding families, one where service is not slavery but vocation, where the bonds between elf and family are sacred rather than exploitative. None of this excuses the mistreatment of house elves that undoubtedly occurred in families like the Blacks. Cultural traditions, no matter how ancient or originally well-intentioned, can become corrupted over time, their original meaning lost as they transform into tools of oppression. Yet, understanding the possible origins of such practices allows us to see the complexity of wizarding history and the ways in which interactions between magical beings have evolved over centuries. As wizarding society continues to evolve and house elves gain more rights and recognition, practices like the mounting of elf heads have rightfully been abandoned. But perhaps, in their place, new traditions might emerge that honor the connection between families and the elves who serve them. Traditions that recognize the unique magic and dedication house elves bring to the wizarding households they choose to serve. As you drift towards sleep, guided by these whispers of wizarding history, consider this question: how might our understanding of other seemingly cruel or unusual magical traditions change if we could perceive them through the lens of their original intent, rather than our modern sensibilities? What ancient wisdom or forgotten magical connections might lie hidden beneath practices we now dismiss as merely dark or disturbing? Chapter 5. How the Deathly Hallows are pieces of a more powerful artifact. The flames in the hearth cast long shadows across ancient texts, illuminating pages that speak of three legendary objects: a wand of unbeatable power, a stone that recalls the dead, and a cloak that grants perfect concealment. These three artifacts, known collectively as the Deathly Hallows, have captivated the imagination of wizards for centuries. Most accept the tale as told in the Tales of Beetle the Bard, that these items were gifted to three brothers by Death himself. Yet a more intriguing possibility lurks in the margins of magical history, a theory that suggests a truth far more complex and fascinating: that the Deathly Hallows were never meant to be separate objects at all, but rather fragments of a single, supremely powerful, magical artifact that was broken apart long ago. To explore this theory, we must first look beyond the children's tale to what we know of the Hallows themselves. Each possesses extraordinary magical properties that seem to transcend normal magical limitations. The Elder Wand can perform feats of magic beyond what should be possible, even for the most skilled wizard. The Resurrection Stone bridges the fundamental barrier between life and death. The Invisibility Cloak grants perfect, unwavering concealment that does not deteriorate with age or respond to revealing spells. In each case, the magic involved operates on principles that seem to exist outside the normal boundaries of spellcraft. What if these exceptional qualities exist because each hallow is not merely a powerful magical object in its own right, but a fragment of something greater, something designed to work in harmony as a unified whole? Consider the symbolic significance of the number 3 in magical lore. Throughout magical traditions worldwide, 3 represents completion, harmony, and balance. The 3 hallows might represent 3 aspects of a greater magical truth: mastery over the physical world, the wand, mastery over the spiritual realm, the stone, and mastery over the self, the cloak. Together, they would embody a perfect magical triad, offering their bearer a form of magical wholeness impossible to achieve through any single object. Ancient magical texts speak of wizards and witches who sought to create objects of supreme power by binding together multiple magical elements. The most skilled magical artificers understood that certain types of magic, when combined, could create effects greater than the sum of their parts. If we apply this principle to the Hallows, their true nature begins to emerge, not as separate gifts from death, but as components of a powerful artifact deliberately separated to prevent any one person from wielding too much power. Archaeological evidence provides tantalizing hints supporting this theory. Examinations of the Hallows symbol, the triangle, circle, and line that represent the three objects, have revealed similarities to ancient magical binding sigils used to unite separate enchantments into cohesive wholes. What modern wizards interpret as merely a symbol representing three separate items may actually be an instruction, a magical blueprint showing how the pieces were meant to fit together. The markings on the resurrection stone, partially obscured by its later setting as a ring, bear similarities to arcane connection runes that were once used to link magical objects across distances. The peculiar wood of the Elder Wand contains trace magical signatures that respond uniquely to the presence of certain invisibility enchantments, and the fabric of the invisibility cloak, when examined under certain magical conditions, reveals patterns that seem designed to interlock with external magical sources. If the Hallows were indeed originally a single artifact, what might this unified object have been? Ancient magical texts refer obliquely to legendary items of immense power: the staff of Hermes Trismegistus, the crown of Circe, the orb of Morgana. While these specific artifacts are unlikely candidates, they represent a class of magical objects that were said to transcend ordinary magical limitations, granting their wielders abilities that bordered on the divine. One compelling possibility is that the united Hallows would form a magical focus, unlike any other, perhaps a staff or scepter, that would allow its bearer to exist simultaneously in the realms of the living and the dead, visible and invisible, channeling magic of unprecedented potency. Such an object would grant powers so extraordinary that they might indeed appear to conquer death itself, not through crude immortality, but through a transcendence of the normal boundaries between realms. The question then arises, if such a powerful artifact once existed, who broke it apart, and why? The answer may lie not with death, as the children's tale suggests, but with the ancient wizards who possessed the unified artifact and recognized its dangerous potential. Magical history is filled with accounts of supremely powerful magical objects that were deliberately fragmented when their power proved too dangerous or corrupting. The Crystal of Atlantis, the Seven Seals of Alexandria, the fractured wand of Paracelsus, all were allegedly divided to prevent misuse. The Hallows may represent a similar case, an artifact so powerful that even its creators recognized the danger it posed and chose to separate it into components that, while still extraordinarily powerful individually, could not achieve their full potential unless reunited. This theory is supported by the curious fact that throughout history, no wizard is known to have possessed all three Hallows simultaneously, until Harry Potter briefly united them. Even Grindelwald and Dumbledore, both brilliant and determined seekers of the Hallows, never managed to acquire all three. This suggests that the Hallows themselves might resist reunification except under specific circumstances, or by someone with particular qualities, perhaps someone who sought them not for power but out of necessity, or someone whose intent aligned with the original purpose of the unified artifact. The tale of the three brothers, then, might be understood not as literal history, but as an allegorical warning, a story crafted to discourage wizards from attempting to reunite the Hallows by disguising their true nature as separate gifts rather than fragments of a whole. Over centuries, as the truth faded from memory, the allegorical nature of the tale was forgotten, and it came to be seen as merely a children's story about death and three clever brothers. If we accept this theory, new light is shed on Dumbledore's interest in the Hallows and his eventual rejection of the quest to unite them. As a brilliant magical theorist, he may have recognized hints of their true nature in ancient texts or through magical examination of the cloak and later the stone. His youthful obsession with the Hallows might have been driven not merely by a desire to conquer death in a literal sense, but by the intellectual allure of reconstituting a legendary magical artifact of supreme power. His later wisdom led him to understand that such power was too dangerous to be wielded by any individual, that the Hallows had been separated for good reason, and that their reunification might have consequences beyond what even he could foresee. This would explain his decision to leave the Hallows to Harry, not as a set to be united permanently, but as tools to be used for a specific purpose, and then separated once more. The magical properties of the reunited Hallows can only be speculated upon, but certain effects might be predicted based on what we know of the individual objects. The united artifact might grant its bearer the ability to move freely between the worlds of the living and the dead, to channel magic unimpeded by normal limitations, and to exist in a state beyond ordinary perception. Neither fully alive nor dead, neither visible nor invisible, but occupying a unique magical state transcending these dualities, such an object would indeed make its master, in a sense, the master of death. Not through crude immortality as Voldemort sought, but through a transcendence of the boundaries that normally separate life from death. This interpretation aligns with Harry's eventual mastery of death, not through conquering or avoiding it, but through accepting its place in the natural order, while recognizing that love and consciousness may exist beyond its boundaries. Whispers among the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries suggest that research into the Hallows continues in secret, with particular attention to the magical resonances between the three objects. Certain tests have allegedly shown that when the Hallows are brought into proximity, subtle magical effects occur, changes in the fabric of space and time around them, fluctuations in the barrier between the living and spirit realms, and alterations in how magic itself flows through and around them. As you drift towards sleep, consider this possibility, that the Deathly Hallows represent not merely three powerful magical objects, but fragments of a greater magical whole, pieces of a puzzle that, if properly reassembled, might open doorways to magical understanding beyond what modern wizard kind can comprehend. And ponder this question: if the Hallows are indeed fragments of a single artifact, what other legendary magical objects might similarly be pieces of greater wholes, waiting through the centuries for someone to recognize their true nature and restore them to their original form? Chapter 6. The Real Curse That Damaged Dumbledore's Hand. In the quiet corridors of magical history, few mysteries have sparked as much somber contemplation as the blackened, withered hand of Albus Dumbledore during his final year at Hogwarts. Those who witnessed it, the staff, the students, and eventually Harry Potter himself, saw only the aftermath of a powerful curse, a dark magic that even the greatest wizard of the age could not fully overcome. The official account, shared with Harry by Dumbledore himself, attributes the injury to his discovery and destruction of Tom Riddle's ring Horcrux, which had been protected by terrible curses. But whispers among magical scholars suggest a deeper, more complex truth might lie behind this seemingly straightforward explanation. What if the curse that damaged Dumbledore's hand was not merely a protection placed on the Horcrux by Voldemort, but something far more ancient and profound, a curse tied to the very nature of the Resurrection Stone itself, and to the fundamental magical laws that govern life and death? To explore this theory, we must first examine what we know of the ring and its history. The ring that became Voldemort's Horcrux had once belonged to his maternal grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt, who prized it as a family heirloom believed to bear the Peverell coat of arms. Unknown to the Gaunts, the stone set in this ring was one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, capable of recalling shades of the dead from beyond the veil. According to the accepted account, when Dumbledore discovered the ring in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack, he was overcome by the temptation to use the Resurrection Stone to see his dead family once more, particularly his sister Ariana, whose death had haunted him for decades. In his momentary weakness, he placed the ring on his finger, without first checking for curses, allowing the dark magic Voldemort had placed on it to take hold. But this explanation contains several curious inconsistencies. Albus Dumbledore was not only one of the most powerful wizards of his age, but also exceptionally cautious and methodical in his approach to dark magic. Would he truly have been so careless as to place a suspected Horcrux on his finger without thoroughly examining it for protective enchantments? Even in a moment of emotional vulnerability, such a fundamental oversight seems uncharacteristic for a wizard of his experience and skill. What if, instead, Dumbledore had indeed checked for conventional curses and found none? What if the magic that damaged his hand was not a curse placed by Voldemort at all, but rather an intrinsic property of the Resurrection Stone itself, a consequence of attempting to use a Hallow that had been corrupted by its transformation into a Horcrux? The Deathly Hallows, if we accept the theory that they were originally fragments of a single, supremely powerful magical artifact, would each contain magic that transcends normal magical understanding. The Resurrection Stone, designed to bridge the gap between life and death, would necessarily interact with some of the most fundamental and mysterious forces in magical existence. By turning this object into a Horcrux, Voldemort would have created an unprecedented magical conflict, forcing an object designed to recall the dead to instead anchor a fragment of living soul. This magical contradiction might have created a new kind of curse altogether, not a conventional protection spell, but a fundamental magical instability. When Dumbledore attempted to use the stone for its intended purpose, to recall the dead, while it simultaneously contained a fragment of living soul, the resulting magical backlash could have caused the devastating injury to his hand. Supporting this theory is the nature of the injury itself. Descriptions of Dumbledore's blackened hand suggest a form of magical necrosis, a death of the tissue that spread gradually up his arm. This aligns with the symbolic function of the Resurrection Stone, which deals with the boundaries between life and death. A corruption of this function might naturally manifest as a curse that brings death to living tissue. Further evidence comes from the difficulty in treating the injury. According to Snape, Dumbledore's life was saved only by containing the curse to his hand, preventing it from spreading to the rest of his body. If this had been an ordinary dark curse, even a powerful one, a wizard of Snape's considerable skill in the dark arts might have been able to counter it more effectively. The fact that the curse could only be contained, not cured, suggests it operated on magical principles beyond conventional understanding, exactly what we would expect from corrupted Hallow magic. Consider also that the Resurrection Stone's function involves creating a bridge between the realms of the living and the dead. If we accept the theoretical framework that magic leaves traces, that magical acts create connections between caster and target, then using the stone would establish a connection between the living user and the dead they seek to recall. When that connection is formed through an object that has been corrupted by Horcrux magic, magic specifically designed to unnaturally preserve life and prevent death, the result might be a magical paradox with devastating consequences. Ancient magical texts speak of certain forms of magic that operate on principles of balance and exchange. The ability to recall the dead, even temporarily, would likely require some form of magical exchange, perhaps a small sacrifice of life force from the living, to temporarily sustain the shade of the dead. Under normal circumstances, this exchange would be minimal and harmless, but a Horcrux-corrupted Resurrection Stone might dramatically amplify this exchange, draining life from the user in a way that manifests as spreading necrosis. The timing of Dumbledore's injury provides another clue. It occurred in the summer before Harry's 6th year, the same period when Dumbledore was actively researching Horcruxes and had recently confirmed his theory about Voldemort's multiple soul fragments. His investigation of the ring may have been more nuanced than he later explained to Harry. Rather than simply succumbing to temptation, he may have been conducting a careful magical experiment, attempting to understand how the Resurrection Stone's magic had been affected by its transformation into a Horcrux. This would align with Dumbledore's character as a brilliant magical researcher and his lifelong fascination with the Deathly Hallows. He may have believed that understanding the interaction between Hallow magic and Horcrux magic would provide crucial insights for the coming conflict with Voldemort. Such an experiment would not have been reckless, but rather a calculated risk taken by someone who knew his time was limited and needed to gather as much information as possible before the end. The traditional explanation also fails to account for why Dumbledore would have attempted to wear the ring rather than simply handling it. If his goal was merely to see his family again, he would have needed only to turn the stone in his hand 3 times, as described in the Tales of Beedle the Bard. The act of placing it on his finger suggests he was attempting something more complex, perhaps trying to understand the full magical properties of an object that was simultaneously a hallow and a horcrux. Magical historians have noted rare accounts of artifacts that contained multiple conflicting enchantments, creating unpredictable magical effects when activated. The Resurrection Stone as a horcrux would represent an extreme example of such a conflict. 2 forms of soul magic with fundamentally opposing purposes housed within the same object. Attempting to activate either function might have triggered a magical backlash as the 2 enchantments struggled against each other. If this theory is correct, it would explain why Snape could only contain the curse rather than reverse it. The damage to Dumbledore's hand wasn't caused by a conventional curse that could be countered with the right spell, but by a fundamental magical contradiction that had already altered the tissue of his hand on a deep magical level. The blackened appearance might represent not just physical damage, but a metaphysical alteration, tissue that existed in a state between life and death, much like the shades recalled by the stone itself. This interpretation also adds new layers of meaning to Dumbledore's willingness to accept his fate. If he understood that his injury resulted from a profound magical paradox rather than simply a powerful curse, he would have recognized that there was no true cure to be found. His acceptance of death would have been informed not just by practical considerations regarding the Horcruxes and the Elder Wand, but by a deeper understanding of the fundamental magical principles at work. The implications of this theory extend to our understanding of both Hallows and Horcruxes. If the Resurrection Stone's magic could be corrupted through its conversion into a Horcrux, might the other Hallows be similarly vulnerable? Could the Elder Wand's power be twisted if it were used as a murder weapon in Horcrux creation? Might the invisibility cloak's perfect concealment be corrupted into something darker? These questions suggest avenues of magical theory that thankfully remain unexplored. As moonlight filters through ancient windows, casting long shadows across these theoretical possibilities, we are reminded of Dumbledore's own words about the danger of combining powerful magical objects. "Powerful objects are dangerous in the wrong hands," he once told Harry. But perhaps even more dangerous is the combination of powerful magics that were never meant to coexist. The magic of death defied through Horcruxes, and the magic of death transcended through the Hallows. As you drift toward dreams, consider this question. If Dumbledore's injury resulted from the conflict between Hallow and Horcrux magic, what other unforeseen consequences might arise from the intersection of ancient magical artifacts and the dark innovations of modern wizards? What boundaries of magical understanding remain to be explored in the spaces between established magical disciplines? Chapter 7. Why Neville's parents were tortured as part of a ritual. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows across ancient tomes, their pages filled with the darkest chapters of wizarding history. Among these shadows lies one of the most tragic tales of the First Wizarding War, the fate of Frank and Alice Longbottom, respected Aurors, members of the original Order of the Phoenix, and parents to young Neville. They suffered a fate that many consider worse than death, tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabastan, and Barty Crouch Jr. They now reside permanently in St. Mungo's Hospital, their minds shattered beyond repair. The official account is straightforward. The Lestranges and Crouch tortured the Longbottoms for information about Voldemort's whereabouts after his fall. But a more chilling theory has emerged from careful examination of the timeline, the specific Death Eaters involved, and the unusual nature of the Longbottoms' condition. What if this wasn't merely an interrogation gone too far? What if the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom was actually part of a dark magical ritual an attempt to restore Voldemort to power through ancient and forbidden magic. To understand this theory, we must first reconsider the timing of the attack. Voldemort disappeared after attempting to kill Harry Potter on Halloween night, 1981. The attack on the Longbottoms occurred sometime after this, when most Death Eaters were either in hiding or denying their allegiance to Voldemort. Why would 4 high-ranking Death Eaters risk exposure and capture to torture 2 Aurors for information, when the magical community widely believed Voldemort to be dead? The accepted explanation, that they believed the Longbottoms knew of Voldemort's whereabouts, seems insufficient given the extreme risk they took. But what if their goal wasn't information at all, but something far more sinister? Ancient magical texts speak of rituals that require the sacrifice of powerful magical essences. The Longbottoms were exceptionally skilled Aurors who had defied Voldemort 3 times, just like the Potters. Their magical power would have been considerable. If the Death Eaters were attempting a resurrection ritual rather than seeking information, the choice of victims makes perfect tactical sense. They would need magical individuals of significant power. Consider the specific Death Eaters involved in the attack. Bellatrix Lestrange was not merely a cruel sadist. She was a practitioner of the darkest forms of magic, and fanatically devoted to Voldemort. Historical accounts suggest she had knowledge of obscure magical rituals that few other Death Eaters possessed. Barty Crouch Jr., despite his youth, was brilliant and had access to extensive magical knowledge through his father's position in the Ministry. The Lestrange brothers came from an ancient pureblood family known for preserving dark magical knowledge across generations. Together, these 4 would have had both the knowledge and the magical skill to attempt a complex dark ritual. Their specific combination of talents and backgrounds suggests a team assembled for a purpose beyond mere torture or interrogation. The nature of the Longbottoms' condition offers further clues. Unlike other victims of the Cruciatus Curse, who eventually recover if the curse is lifted in time, Frank and Alice Longbottom suffered permanent mental damage that has proven resistant to all magical treatment. St. Mungo's healers, despite their considerable skill, have never been able to restore their minds. This unusual, irreversible condition suggests something beyond standard Cruciatus torture. What if the Cruciatus Curse, in this case, was not merely used for pain, but as a method of extraction, a way to draw out the magical essence or life force of the victims without killing them? Ancient dark rituals often required sacrifices to remain alive during the process. Their life force slowly drained rather than extinguished in a single moment. The permanent mental damage suffered by the Longbottoms aligns with theoretical accounts of victims who have had portions of their magical essence forcibly extracted. Magical historians have identified several ancient rituals that require the willing sacrifice of the unwilling, a paradoxical concept referring to the forced extraction of magical essence from conscious victims. These rituals typically leave the victims physically alive, but magically and mentally diminished, their very essence having been used as fuel for powerful dark magic. The condition of the Longbottoms matches these descriptions with disturbing precision. Further supporting this theory is the unusual intensity and duration of the torture. Reports from the subsequent trial indicate that the Longbottoms were subjected to the Cruciatus Curse for an extended period, far longer than would be necessary for mere interrogation. Such prolonged application suggests a methodical process rather than a frenzied questioning, consistent with the careful execution of a ritual rather than an information-gathering session gone too far. There exists a particular class of dark ritual known among certain ancient magical traditions as soul fracturing, ceremonies designed to break the intact soul or magical essence of a powerful witch or wizard and harvest the resulting fragments for use in resurrection magic. These rituals require extended suffering precisely calibrated to break the mind without killing the body, a description that aligns perfectly with what happened to the Longbottoms. The question then becomes, if this was indeed a ritual, why did it fail to restore Voldemort? Several possibilities present themselves. The ritual may have been interrupted by Aurors before completion. Alternatively, the Death Eaters might have lacked a crucial component, perhaps part of Voldemort's own magical signature, which would later be supplied by his Horcruxes, or perhaps the ritual was partially successful, creating a tenuous magical anchor that helped maintain Voldemort's wraith-like existence until he could achieve proper rebirth years later. Magical artifacts recovered from the scene, though never publicly detailed in full, reportedly included items consistent with ritual magic, specifically designed silver daggers, ceremonial bowls, and rare potions ingredients. While the Ministry classified these as standard dark objects, experts in ancient magical practices have noted their specific constellation would be particularly suited for essence extraction rituals. The layout of the Longbottom's home after the attack also suggests ritual preparation. Aurors who first arrived at the scene described furniture arranged in patterns consistent with magical channeling formations, though official reports attributed this to the chaos of a struggle. Magical residue analysis detected unusual concentrations of magic in a circular pattern around where the Longbottoms were found, consistent with a ritual circle rather than the scattered magical signatures typically left by combat. Perhaps most telling is Bellatrix Lestrange's own behavior at her trial. While she proudly proclaimed her loyalty to Voldemort, she specifically stated that the Dark Lord would reward her beyond all others when he returned. This phrasing suggests not just faith in his eventual return, but active participation in facilitating it. Her fanatical certainty that Voldemort would return and recognize her contribution implies she believed she had already laid groundwork for that return. If the attack on the Longbottoms was indeed a failed resurrection ritual, it casts their tragedy in an even more poignant light. They may have been targeted not just as Aurors or Order members, but specifically because of their magical power and the potential their essences held for restoring Voldemort. Their suffering was not merely collateral damage in the war, but a central objective of a dark magical working. This theory also provides new context for understanding Neville Longbottom's own magical development. Many noted his initial struggles with magic, which seemed at odds with his parentage. If his parents were subjected to essence extraction rituals, it's possible that some magical connection between generations was damaged or altered. His later blossoming as a powerful wizard might represent his magic finding its own path, unfettered by the traditional familial channels that had been disrupted by the ritual performed on his parents. The Department of Mysteries is rumored to maintain records of known dark rituals and their magical signatures. Certain unspeakables reportedly identified patterns in the Longbottom's case, consistent with ancient vessel preparation rituals, ceremonies designed to create living magical vessels or conduits. Such rituals often leave distinctive magical traces that can be detected years, or even decades later, by those with the knowledge to recognize them. If such a ritual was indeed attempted, it represents a chilling alternative approach to immortality, not through Horcruxes, but through the consumption and incorporation of others' magical essences. This would align with Voldemort's known obsession with avoiding death by any means necessary. The Horcruxes protected his soul from passing on, but a successful essence extraction ritual might have provided a means to restore his physical form without requiring the elaborate ritual eventually used in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. The failure of this theoretical ritual might explain why Voldemort later required such specific components for his eventual resurrection. Harry's blood, his father's bone, his servant's flesh. Having failed to return through the Longbottom's extracted essence, he may have been forced to develop an alternative method drawing on different magical principles. As the candles burn low and shadows deepen across these theoretical possibilities, we are left with a more profound understanding of the darkness that threatened the wizarding world during Voldemort's rise. The torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom, viewed through this lens, becomes not just an act of cruelty, but an attempt to violate the very foundations of magical existence, to forcibly extract and repurpose the magical essence of two gifted individuals. Their continued existence in St. Mungo's, neither fully alive nor dead, takes on new symbolic significance, living testimony to the dangers of magic that attempts to subvert the natural boundaries between life and death, self and other. Their sacrifice, though unwilling, may have represented a crucial failure in Voldemort's plans, delaying his return, and giving the wizarding world precious years to prepare for the conflict to come. As you drift toward dreams, consider this question. If the Longbottoms were indeed victims of a dark ritual rather than mere torture, what other events in wizarding history might reveal hidden magical purposes beneath their surface narratives? What other sacrifices and sufferings might have served as components in larger magical workings, their true nature obscured by simpler explanations that the magical community found easier to accept? Chapter 8. How the Weasleys are secretly wealthy. The dancing flames of the common room fireplace cast warm light across worn but comfortable furnishings, much like the welcoming glow that seems to emanate from the burrow itself, that crooked, ramshackle home that has become so emblematic of the Weasley family. Throughout the Harry Potter series, the Weasleys are consistently portrayed as struggling financially, their lack of gold a sharp contrast to families like the Malfoys. Hand-me-down robes, second-hand books, and careful budgeting form the backdrop of their economic narrative. Yet beneath this apparent poverty lies an intriguing possibility that the Weasleys possess a form of wealth far more significant than mere gold in Gringotts vaults, and perhaps even substantial material wealth, deliberately concealed from the wizarding world. To explore this theory, we must first reconsider what we know about the Weasley family's circumstances. They own their home and the surrounding land, a significant property by any standard, magical or muggle. The burrow, despite its haphazard appearance, is a magical dwelling of extraordinary complexity, having been expanded and enhanced over generations. Such a property, with its layers of spatial expansion charms, magical protections, and integrated magical systems, would represent a substantial asset in the wizarding world, where magical homes are both rare and valuable. Consider, too, the location of the Weasley home, nestled in the countryside near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, far from prying eyes. This strategic positioning provides not just privacy but security, allowing the family to practice magic freely without concern for Muggle observation. Such isolated magical properties are increasingly rare in wizarding Britain, their value appreciating considerably over generations as magical spaces become more limited. The Weasleys' apparent financial struggles focus primarily on new purchases, school supplies, dress robes, brooms, rather than essentials like food or shelter. This pattern suggests not true poverty, but rather careful prioritization of resources, perhaps as part of a larger financial strategy. The family's genealogy offers further clues to potential hidden wealth. The Weasleys are one of the Sacred 28, the oldest, purest magical families in Britain. While they lack the ostentatious displays of wealth associated with families like the Malfoys or the Blacks, old wizarding families typically possess significant inherited assets, often in forms less obvious than Gringotts gold, ancient magical artifacts, proprietary spells, enchanted lands, or inherited magical knowledge often constitute the true wealth of such families, passed down through generations away from public knowledge or ministry records. Arthur Weasley's position at the Ministry of Magic, while seemingly modest, provides stable employment in a specialized field. As head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, he occupies a niche position that combines magical and Muggle knowledge, an increasingly valuable skill set in the evolving wizarding world. That Arthur maintains this position despite his known sympathy for Muggles and opposition to pureblood supremacy suggests he possesses expertise the Ministry cannot easily replace. Molly Weasley, for her part, manages a household of 9 with apparent ease, creating feasts from seemingly simple ingredients and maintaining a home that, while cluttered, functions as an efficient magical dwelling. Her magical prowess, demonstrated dramatically during her duel with Bellatrix Lestrange, indicates abilities far beyond the ordinary, the kind of magical talent that typically commands significant professional respect and compensation in wizarding society. Why, then, the appearance of poverty? One compelling explanation lies in the Weasley family's known opposition to blood purism and their association with the Order of the Phoenix. Throughout both wizarding wars, the family openly opposed Voldemort and pureblood supremacy. In such a climate, Openly displaying wealth would make them targets not just for social ostracism, but for financial exploitation or outright theft by Death Eater sympathizers within the ministry and financial institutions. Historical accounts of magical conflicts suggest that wealthy families opposing dominant political movements often concealed their assets through various magical means, property held under Fidelius charms, valuables stored in unplottable locations, or wealth converted into forms unrecognizable to those seeking to confiscate it. The Weasleys, with their extensive magical knowledge and connections, would be well positioned to employ such protective strategies. Consider the curious case of the family's trip to Egypt to visit Bill Weasley. This journey, supposedly financed by Arthur's win in the Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon draw, required significant expenditure for a family of 9, yet they undertook it without apparent concern for the depletion of this windfall, suggesting the prize supplemented existing resources rather than providing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bill Weasley's position as a curse breaker for Gringotts would give the family valuable insights into banking practices and asset protection. Charlie's work with dragons in Romania would provide international connections outside British wizarding financial oversight. Percy's meticulous attention to regulation would ensure family financial practices remained technically legal while maximizing privacy. The twins' entrepreneurial ventures demonstrate significant business acumen, their successful joke shop launching with mysterious initial funding allegedly provided by Harry Potter, perhaps a convenient cover for family resources being strategically deployed. Even Ron's strategic thinking, demonstrated through his chess mastery, hints at a family culture that values careful planning and the patient advancement of long-term objectives, qualities essential for wealth preservation across generations in an unstable magical political landscape. The Weasleys' friendship with the Lovegoods, another family with unusual magical knowledge, and their distant connection to the Pruitts and other old wizarding families, suggests access to alternative magical economic systems beyond standard Gringotts banking. Ancient wizarding families often established complex webs of magical obligation, barter arrangements, and resource sharing that operated outside conventional financial structures. Arthur's fascination with Muggle technology might serve a dual purpose beyond simple curiosity. Understanding Muggle financial systems would provide avenues for asset diversification beyond the reach of wizarding financial authorities. The Weasleys' apparent lack of concern when magical items like their flying car are confiscated suggests such losses represent negligible portions of concealed family resources. The family's true wealth may lie in forms rarely recognized by conventional wizarding standards. Their extensive network of loyal connections spans from Hogwarts professors to ministry officials, international magical communities, and eventually even the Minister of Magic himself. Such social capital constitutes a form of wealth beyond mere galleons, providing security, opportunity, and influence that gold alone cannot buy. Perhaps most tellingly, the Weasleys demonstrate consistent moral wealth throughout the series, an unshakable commitment to their principles despite apparent financial incentives to compromise. This ethical foundation suggests a family that measures prosperity by standards beyond material accumulation, having achieved sufficient material security to prioritize moral considerations above financial gain. The subtle magical clues surrounding the family hint at concealed prosperity. Their home, while outwardly ramshackle, contains enchantments of remarkable sophistication. The magical clock tracking family members represents magic so advanced that similar artifacts typically belong to museums or ancient family collections. Their ability to host the Quidditch World Cup attendees and members of the Order of the Phoenix indicates spatial resources beyond their apparent means. Historical parallels exist throughout magical history. Families like the medieval Flamels, who appeared modest while possessing extraordinary magical resources, or the ancient Japanese Mahotakoro lineages, who concealed their magical assets through deliberate misdirection. The Weasleys may represent a modern continuation of this tradition of strategic magical humility. After the Second Wizarding War, with multiple family members in prominent positions and their political allies in power, the necessity for such concealment would diminish. The family's apparent prosperity in the epilogue, with comfortable careers and secure futures for the next generation, might represent not a change in circumstances, but simply the ability to live more openly with resources long held in reserve. As the embers glow softly in the darkening room, consider this possibility, that the Weasleys' greatest feat of magic may have been the concealment of their true prosperity behind a carefully maintained appearance of scarcity. Their worn robes and second-hand books serving as both protective camouflage during dangerous times and as a testament to values that place familial love and moral integrity above material display. As you drift toward dreams, ponder this question: what other forms of magical wealth might exist beyond gold and property, forms that even goblins cannot measure or track? And how might such alternative prosperities reshape our understanding of power and influence in the wizarding world? Chapter 9. The truth that Snape was Harry's magical guardian. The soft glow of enchanted candles illuminates ancient tomes of wizarding law, their pages revealing secrets long hidden in the shadows between written rules and magical practice. Among these secrets lies a possibility both surprising and profound, that Severus Snape, the stern potions master, whose complicated relationship with Harry Potter shaped 7 years at Hogwarts, may have held a far more significant legal and magical role in Harry's life than ever openly acknowledged. This theory suggests that beneath his apparent animosity and behind the veil of protection he provided from the shadows, Snape was, in fact, Harry Potter's magical guardian, bound by ancient magical law and his own unbreakable promises to safeguard the son of both his greatest love and his greatest rival. To understand this theory, we must first explore the concept of magical guardianship in wizarding society. Unlike Muggle legal guardianship, magical guardianship involves magical bonds that connect guardian and ward on levels beyond simple legal authority. These connections create magical pathways, allowing the guardian to sense when their ward is in danger, to direct protective magic toward them, even at a distance, and to make certain magical decisions on their behalf, until they reach magical maturity at 17. When a magical child loses their parents, magical guardianship typically passes to their closest magical relative. For Muggle-born or Muggle-raised wizards with no magical relatives, the responsibility traditionally falls to their head of house at Hogwarts, or, in special circumstances, to another magical adult with a significant connection to the child or their parents. This system ensures that every young witch and wizard has someone in the magical community who can navigate magical law and education on their behalf. For Harry Potter, the situation was uniquely complex. With no living magical relatives, his Muggle aunt and uncle could provide physical shelter, but not magical guardianship. Albus Dumbledore, as headmaster rather than head of house, would not traditionally take on such a role directly. This creates a curious gap in Harry's legal and magical protection, a gap that may have been filled by the most unlikely candidate. Consider the evidence suggesting Snape's hidden role. From Harry's first year at Hogwarts, Snape demonstrates an awareness of Harry's movements and dangers that exceeds normal teacher vigilance. During the Quidditch match where Harry's broom is jinxed, Snape immediately begins a counter-curse, requiring no confirmation that interference was occurring. This immediate response suggests a magical awareness consistent with guardian bonds, which would alert him to threats against his ward. Throw to the series. Snape appears precisely when Harry faces his greatest dangers, in the Shrieking Shack, when confronted by a believed mass murderer, in the Forest of Dean when lost and searching for the Sword of Gryffindor, and most tellingly, in the final moments of the Battle of Hogwarts, when Harry walks to meet Voldemort. These appearances, seemingly coincidental, align perfectly with the known behavior of magical guardian bonds, which draw guardians toward their wards in moments of mortal peril. The Phoenix Patronus Snape produces a magical form typically reflecting one's innermost nature, takes a shape associated with protection and rebirth, consistent with a magical guardian's primary purpose. That this Patronus guides Harry exactly when and where he needs to go suggests a connection deeper than mere duty to Dumbledore's orders. Perhaps most compelling is Snape's unbreakable vow to protect Draco Malfoy during Harry's 6th year. The ease with which Snape enters this magical contract suggests familiarity with similar binding magic, possibly the Dardian bonds already tying him to Harry Potter. Some magical scholars theorize that Snape's existing magical guardianship of Harry may have created magical resonances that facilitated the second vow, the magic recognizing his proven capacity as a magical protector. But how would Snape have become Harry's magical guardian? The answer may lie in the ancient magical laws surrounding life debts and promises made to the dying. When Snape turned spy for Dumbledore, his primary motivation was to protect Lily Potter and her family. Upon her death, magical precedent suggests that his promise to protect her son would create binding magical conditions, particularly given Snape's role in inadvertently placing the Potters in danger by relaying the prophecy to Voldemort. Magical historians have documented cases where wizards who contributed to another's endangerment became magically bound as their protectors if they sincerely sought to make amends. The magical principle of balance requires that having placed someone in the path of harm, one becomes magically obligated to provide proportional protection. Snape's case fits this pattern precisely. His actions endangered the Potters, and his subsequent dedication to protecting their son represents the magical balance being restored. Dumbledore, with his intricate understanding of ancient magic, would have recognized the potential for this powerful protective magic. Rather than appointing another guardian for Harry, he may have deliberately allowed these natural magical laws to take effect, knowing that Snape's guardian bond would provide Harry with protection stemming from both magical obligation and Snape's unresolved feelings for Lily, a combination creating protection of extraordinary power and durability. This theory explains many of Snape's otherwise puzzling behaviors throughout Harry's school years. His harsh treatment of Harry in class, rather than simple cruelty stemming from old grudges, may have been a calculated effort to ensure Harry developed the mental toughness and caution necessary for survival in the coming war. A magical guardian is bound not just to protect their ward's physical safety, but to prepare them for the magical challenges they will face, sometimes requiring difficult lessons rather than simple kindness. Snape's immediate defense of Harry against other threats, despite his personal antipathy, becomes clearer through this lens. When Sirius Black was believed to be hunting Harry, Snape's response was extreme even by his standards, rushing to the Shrieking Shack and placing himself physically between Harry and the perceived threat. When Professor Moody, actually Barty Crouch Jr., took particular interest in Harry, Snape watched with suspicious intensity. These actions reflect not just Dumbledore's orders, but the deeper imperatives of a guardian bond. The theory also sheds new light on Snape's clemency lessons with Harry. While ostensibly ordered by Dumbledore, the teaching of mind protection magic is traditionally a guardian's responsibility in magical families. That Snape, rather than Dumbledore himself, was tasked with this intimate and difficult magical instruction aligns perfectly with the responsibilities of a magical guardian. The lesson's failure might be attributed not simply to mutual dislike, but to the tension between Snape's formal role as guardian and his need to maintain his cover as someone antagonistic to Harry. Perhaps most poignantly, this theory transforms our understanding of Snape's final moments. His decision to give Harry his memories represents not just a confession or bid for understanding, but the final act of a magical guardian, providing his ward with the knowledge necessary to fulfill his destiny and survive what was to come. In magical law, the transfer of memories from guardian to ward has special significance, representing the completion of the guardian's duty and acknowledgement of the ward's readiness to face their challenges independently. If Snape was indeed Harry's magical guardian, the implications extend beyond their personal relationship to broader questions about magical law and protection. Harry's unusual resilience against magical attacks, beyond what could be explained by his mother's sacrifice alone, might have been supplemented by continuous protective magic flowing through guardian bonds. The strange precision with which crucial magical artifacts, from the Sword of Gryffindor to the Elder Wand, responded to Harry might reflect his unique magical status as someone under recognized magical guardianship. Whispers in the Department of Mysteries suggest that magical guardian bonds create subtle alterations in the ward's magical signature, making certain types of magic respond differently to them. These alterations might explain why Harry's disarming spell against Draco transferred the Elder Wand's allegiance so completely, or why the Resurrection Stone activated for him specifically when turned 3 times, the traditional number used in guardian recognition rituals. The legal implications would be equally significant. As Harry's magical guardian, Snape would have had the authority to challenge his placement with the Dursleys, question decisions about his magical education, or even contest Sirius Black's claim as godfather. That he did none of these things suggests a calculated decision to maintain his cover as Harry's antagonist, sacrificing public recognition of his role for the greater protection secrecy provided. Ministry records regarding Harry's magical guardianship remain curiously sealed, classified under regulations typically invoked only for matters of highest magical security. This unusual treatment aligns with a scenario where Dumbledore deliberately obscured Harry's true magical guardian to protect both the boy and the complex web of protection surrounding him. As moonlight spills across these ancient legal tomes, we glimpse a different Severus Snape. Not simply the bitter man harboring old grudges, nor merely Dumbledore's reluctant agent, but a magical guardian bound by the deepest laws of magic to protect the child of the woman he loved. His antagonism toward Harry takes on new dimensions as possibly the greatest misdirection in magical history, a performance designed to conceal the very protection it helped provide. As you drift toward dreams filled with new perspectives on familiar tales, consider this question: if magical guardianship creates bonds that transcend conscious intention or personal feeling, what other unseen connections might exist in the wizarding world, silently shaping the interactions between those who believe themselves to be enemies, but are in truth bound together by magic more ancient than they know? Chapter 10. Why Harry survived in the forest because of his own sacrifice. Beneath the ancient canopy of the Forbidden Forest, where shadows gather even in daylight, one of the most profound moments in wizarding history unfolded. Harry Potter walking willingly toward his own death at the hands of Lord Voldemort. The official narrative tells us that Harry survived this encounter because Voldemort, in using Harry's blood for his resurrection, had inadvertently preserved Lily Potter's sacrificial protection, tethering Harry to life while Voldemort lived. But what if there's a deeper, more profound magical truth behind Harry's survival? What if it was Harry's own sacrifice, his willingness to die without resistance, that created a protection so powerful it allowed him to return from the threshold of death? To understand this theory, we must first explore the fundamental nature of sacrificial magic as presented throughout the Wizarding Chronicles. When Lily Potter stood between Voldemort and her infant son, her willing sacrifice created a protection that rebounded the killing curse upon its caster. This magic was described by Dumbledore as ancient, powerful, and beyond Voldemort's understanding, a magic born of love and willing sacrifice that created protection where none should exist. Harry's walk into the forest parallels his mother's sacrifice in ways too precise to be coincidental. Like Lily, Harry stood without defensive magic, offering no resistance. Like Lily, he acted out of love, not for a single person, but for all those fighting at Hogwarts. Like Lily, he placed himself between Voldemort and those he sought to protect. If Lily's sacrifice created powerful protective magic, might not Harry's sacrifice, made with full knowledge and acceptance rather than in the desperate moment Lily faced, create magic of equal or greater power? The canonical explanation focuses on the blood connection created when Voldemort used Harry's blood in his resurrection ritual, thereby taking Lily's sacrificial protection into himself, and inadvertently creating a tether, keeping Harry bound to life. But this explanation contains curious inconsistencies when examined closely. If Lily's protection lived on in Harry's blood, and thus in Voldemort, why did it activate only at that specific moment in the forest? Why did it protect only Harry, and not others Voldemort attacked after his resurrection? And why did it manifest as a complete immunity to the killing curse, specifically in the forest, when earlier it had merely weakened Voldemort's ability to touch Harry? This theory proposes a complementary explanation, that when Harry walked to his death, fully prepared to die without resistance to save others, he enacted the same ancient sacrificial magic his mother had used 16 years earlier. The magic recognized his sacrifice and responded accordingly, creating a new protection distinct from but resonating with his mother's earlier sacrifice. Consider carefully the moments before Voldemort cast the killing curse. Harry did not merely accept death. He actively embraced it. He made no move toward his wand. He thought of those he loved and those he was protecting. He closed his eyes. These actions fulfill every condition required for sacrificial protection magic as we understand it. That Harry intended to die for many, rather than for a specific individual, might explain the unique manifestation of the protective magic that followed. When the killing curse struck, Harry experienced something unprecedented, a liminal space represented in his perception as King's Cross Station, where he conversed with a manifestation of Dumbledore. This extraordinary experience has no parallel in other encounters with the killing curse. Its unique nature suggests unique magic at work, not merely the continuation of his mother's protection, but something new, born from Harry's own sacrifice. In this liminal space, Harry was presented with a choice, to go on or to return. This choice itself is significant, as magical law generally holds that no spell can resurrect the dead. That Harry could choose to return suggests he had not truly died in the conventional sense, but rather existed in a magically protected state between life and death, precisely what a new sacrificial protection might create. Dumbledore's explanation in this liminal space focused on the blood connection, but Dumbledore himself acknowledged that he was speculating, offering his best understanding of complex magical interactions. The simplified explanation might have been what Harry needed in that moment, rather than a complete magical theory. Dumbledore, after all, had often provided Harry with information calibrated to his immediate needs, rather than comprehensive explanations. If Harry's own sacrifice created new protective magic, several otherwise puzzling elements become clear. Voldemort's subsequent attempts to silence the Hogwarts defenders failed. The sound died at once, but then the next second, the silencing charm was lifting. The defenders found themselves difficult to hit with spells. Neville Longbottom broke free from a full-body bind curse that should have been unbreakable. These effects mirror the protection Lily's sacrifice gave to Harry as an infant, but extended to many, exactly what we might expect from Harry's sacrifice made for all of Hogwarts' defenders. Most tellingly, when Voldemort attempted to torture Neville with the Cruciatus curse soon after, Neville merely twitched. The Cruciatus, a spell of pure agony that had reduced Alice and Frank Longbottom to insanity, caused only a twitch. This dramatic reduction in effectiveness precisely parallels how Quirrell found himself unable to touch Harry due to Lily's protection, but now extended to another defender, suggesting a new protective magic rather than merely the continuation of the old. The theory that Harry's own sacrifice created new protection also resolves the curious fact that Harry's apparent death coincided exactly with the destruction of the Horcrux within him. If only the blood connection had been at work, the Horcrux should theoretically have remained intact while Harry was protected. But if Harry's sacrifice created new protective magic that recognized the foreign soul fragment as not part of the person making the sacrifice, it would exclude the Horcrux from its protection, allowing it to be destroyed while preserving Harry himself. Ancient magical texts speak of sacrificial magic as among the most powerful and least understood branches of magic. Unlike conventional spellcraft, which bends magical energy to the wizard's will through focused intention, sacrificial magic releases power through the deliberate surrender of will, the absolute acceptance of loss for another's gain. Such magic operates on principles that transcend the normal rules of spellcasting, creating effects that persist beyond logical explanation. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains records of magical sacrifices throughout history, documenting recurring patterns in how such magic manifests. A willing sacrifice made in love, without resistance, consistently creates protective magic of extraordinary power. When such sacrifices are made by those with great magical ability, as both Lily and Harry possessed, the resulting protection can challenge even the most fundamental magical boundaries, including those between life and death. Some magical theorists propose that sacrificial magic taps into the deepest wellspring of magical energy, the very source from which all magic flows. By surrendering oneself completely, the sacrificing witch or wizard briefly aligns perfectly with this source, allowing magic to flow through them unimpeded by ego or intention. This pure magical flow can create effects impossible through conventional spellcasting, which is always limited by the caster's own magical strength and understanding. Harry's sacrifice in the forest created new protective magic. It reveals him as not merely the boy who lived because of his mother's protection, but a wizard who mastered the most profound and powerful magic without ever casting a spell, the magic of complete, loving surrender. This alignment with the deepest principles of magic may explain why Harry ultimately proved to be Voldemort's match, despite the latter's greater knowledge of conventional spellcraft and darker magical arts. The theory that Harry's own sacrifice protected him and others also provides new context for understanding the final duel between Harry and Voldemort. Harry's declaration that, "I was ready to die to stop you hurting these people," takes on new significance, not merely a statement of intent, but an acknowledgement of the sacrificial magic he had already enacted. His protection of the Hogwarts defenders with, "I've done what my mother did," becomes not just a bluff or metaphor, but a literal description of the magic he performed in the forest. As the first light of dawn filters through the ancient trees of the forest in our imagination, Illuminati, and Seth's theory with its gentle glow, we see Harry Potter's journey in a new light, not just as the recipient of his mother's protection, but as someone who, in his final confrontation with Voldemort, wielded the same profound magic she had used, coming full circle in the most powerful demonstration of the magic Voldemort consistently failed to understand. As you drift toward dreams filled with ancient magic and profound sacrifices, consider this question: if the most powerful magic comes not from skill or knowledge, but from complete surrender for the sake of others, what other moments in wizarding history might have been shaped by such sacrifices, their true magical nature obscured by more conventional explanations of victory and defeat? Chapter 11. How Ollivander Knew How to Destroy the Elder Wand. The pale moonlight filters through dusty windows of a shop unchanged for centuries, illuminating countless narrow boxes containing wands of every imaginable wood and core. In this sanctuary of wand lore, Garrick Ollivander spent his life studying the mysterious connection between wizard and wand, becoming perhaps the greatest wand-maker of the modern age. Yet among all his vast knowledge, one particular area of expertise remains especially intriguing: his understanding of the Elder Wand, the most powerful and dangerous wand ever created. When Harry Potter consulted him about this legendary object, Ollivander displayed not just recognition, but a deep, almost fearful knowledge of its properties. This suggests a compelling theory that Ollivander not only knew of the Elder Wand's existence, but possessed the rare and carefully guarded knowledge of how such a seemingly invincible object might be destroyed. To explore this theory, we must first consider Ollivander's unique position in the wizarding world. Born into a family of wand-makers whose craft stretched back to Roman times, Ollivander inherited not just techniques of wand-making but an oral tradition containing secrets never committed to writing. The Wandmakers Guild, one of the oldest magical associations, maintained certain knowledge exclusively among its members, knowledge considered too dangerous or powerful for general circulation. The methods for destroying especially powerful wands would certainly fall into this category. The Elder Wand's history is marked by violence and betrayal, with each new master typically gaining its allegiance through the defeat or death of its previous owner. This bloody trail earned it many names: the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, and created the superstition that it could only pass through murder. Yet throughout this violent history, something remarkable becomes apparent upon closer examination. Despite its apparent invincibility, the Elder Wand never remained in circulation continuously. There are curious gaps in its historical appearances, decades or even centuries when the wand seemed to vanish completely before resurfacing. These historical gaps suggest fascinating possibilities. What if, during these periods, the wand had been temporarily destroyed or disabled by those who understood its true nature and the dangers it presented? What if certain wand makers throughout history, recognizing the wand's destructive influence, periodically removed it from circulation through methods known only to their guild? Ollivander's extensive knowledge of wand lore included intimate familiarity with ancient wand woods and magical cores. His recognition of the Elder Wand's wood during his conversation with Harry demonstrates specialized knowledge beyond general wand lore. Elder wood itself is uncommon in wand making, associated in folklore with death and ill fortune. Most wand makers avoided it. Yet Ollivander understood its properties perfectly, suggesting he had worked with it despite its rarity and reputation. The Thestral hair core of the Elder Wand represents even more specialized knowledge. The Stroll hair is almost never used in wand making. Its association with death and its tendency to produce wands that, according to ancient texts, refuse to remain loyal, make it problematic for conventional wand making. That Ollivander could immediately identify this core indicates knowledge of experimental or forbidden wand-making techniques, knowledge that would naturally include understanding how such unusual combinations might be unmade. Consider, too, Ollivander's reaction when discussing the Elder Wand with Harry. His fear seemed to stem not just from the wand's violent history, but from deeper understanding of its nature. "The Elder Wand is the most powerful wand in existence," he told Harry, his voice trembling. "Only a truly exceptional wizard could hope to wield it." This statement suggests knowledge beyond historical accounts, an understanding of the wand's fundamental magical properties and the dangers they presented. Ancient wand-making texts, fragments of which survive in magical libraries, mention concepts like wand amnesia and core dissolution, theoretical methods for severely damaging or temporarily disabling even the most powerful wands. These methods were considered emergency measures, to be used only when a wand had become too dangerous to exist in its current form. The techniques required intimate knowledge of both the wand's construction and its magical signature, precisely the knowledge a master wandmaker like Ollivander would possess. The theory that Ollivander knew how to destroy the Elder Wand is supported by certain historical coincidences. Several times throughout recorded history, the Elder Wand disappeared from circulation shortly after coming into proximity with known wand-makers. In the 14th century, the wand vanished after its then master, the dark wizard Barnabas Deverell, was defeated by Loxias, who reportedly consulted with a wand-maker from the Ollivander lineage. The wand reappeared decades later with seemingly diminished powers that only gradually restored themselves, consistent with the theoretical process of wand regeneration after magical disabling. Wand-makers traditionally maintain certain oaths and magical vows regarding their craft. One such oath, referenced in ancient guild documents, involves the promise to unmake that which threatens the balance, widely interpreted as a commitment to neutralize wands that have become dangerously powerful or corrupted. As the most renowned wand-maker of his generation, Ollivander would be bound by these traditional oaths, with the Elder Wand representing the clearest case of a wand that disrupted magical balance. How might such a seemingly invincible wand be destroyed or disabled? Wand lore suggests several possibilities, all requiring exceptional magical skill and specific knowledge of the wand's construction. The core of a wand, in the Elder Wand's case, the straw hair, serves as its magical conduit. A master wandmaker would know precisely how this core was integrated with the elder wood around it and the magical bindings used in its construction. With this knowledge, they could theoretically unravel these bindings, separating core from wood and drastically reducing or temporarily eliminating the wand's power. More drastic methods might involve magical solvents that dissolve the magical connection between wood and core without physically damaging either component. Such solvents, created through complex alchemical processes, are mentioned in ancient wand-making texts as last resorts for neutralizing wands that had become dangerously unstable. The recipes for these solvents were closely guarded secrets, passed from master to apprentice through generations of wand makers. Perhaps most intriguing is the concept of magical resonance inversion, a theoretical process whereby a wand maker could reverse the magical signature of a wand, causing it to reject all attempts at mastery. A wand subjected to this process would become temporarily inert, its powers dormant until the inversion naturally faded over decades or centuries. This method would explain the Elder Wand's periodic disappearances from historical record, followed by its eventual return. Ollivander's kidnapping by Voldemort takes on new significance when viewed through this theoretical lens. Voldemort sought information about the Elder Wand, believing it would allow him to overcome his connection to Harry's wand. But what if he also suspected Ollivander possessed knowledge of how such a wand might be weakened or destroyed? This would represent a critical threat to Voldemort's plans, making Ollivander's capture and interrogation even more crucial. During his captivity at Malfoy Manor, Ollivander was repeatedly questioned about wand lore. While the questions focused primarily on the connection between Harry and Voldemort's wands, Ollivander's knowledge of the Elder Wand would have been of vital interest to Voldemort once he decided to pursue it. That Ollivander apparently never revealed methods for destroying the wand, despite extended torture, speaks to both his personal courage and the sacred nature of such knowledge within wand-making tradition. When Harry ultimately decided to return the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's tomb, rather than keeping or destroying it, he unknowingly echoed an ancient wand-maker's tradition, that certain wands should be removed from circulation rather than destroyed, their power contained through respectful isolation. This approach aligns with the most conservative wand-making philosophies, which hold that completely destroying a wand of great power risks unpredictable magical consequences. However, Harry's alternative plan, to die a natural death as the wand's master, theoretically ending its ability to pass its full power to a new owner, represents an elegant solution that Ollivander himself might have appreciated. Rather than physically destroying the wand, this approach would gradually diminish its power through magical attrition, a subtler form of destruction that respected the wand's magical nature, while ensuring it could never again reach its full destructive potential. The Department of Mysteries is rumored to contain a chamber dedicated to wand lore, where experimental and historically significant wands are studied under carefully controlled conditions. If methods for destroying or disabling exceptionally powerful wands exist, records of these techniques would likely be preserved there, accessible only to those with the highest security clearance, and perhaps to master wand makers like Ollivander when their expertise was required. As the stars wheel slowly above Ollivander's shop, now passed to new hands, as the master wand maker enjoys his well-earned retirement, the secrets of the Elder Wand's potential destruction remain carefully guarded. Perhaps, in the quiet evenings of his retirement, Ollivander sometimes reflects on the knowledge he protected through his captivity, knowledge that, had it fallen into Voldemort's hands, might have changed the course of wizarding history. As you drift toward dreams of wand lore and ancient magic, consider this question. If the method for destroying even the most powerful wand in existence remains known to only a select few wand makers, what other magical knowledge might be preserved through similar traditions of secrecy, passed from master to apprentice across centuries, without ever being recorded in books or scrolls that could fall into dangerous hands? Chapter 12. The doorway to another dimension in the Department of Mysteries. Deep within the labyrinthine corridors of the Ministry of Magic, beyond locked doors and enchanted barriers, lies the Department of Mysteries, that enigmatic collection of chambers where the most profound magical questions are studied by the unspeakables. Among its many wonders, perhaps none is more haunting or mesmerizing than the ancient stone archway standing upon a dais in the Death Chamber, its tattered black veil gently fluttering despite the absence of any breeze. When Harry Potter first encountered this mysterious portal during the battle at the Department of Mysteries, he heard whispers emanating from behind the veil, voices recognized only by those who had witnessed death. Minutes later, he would watch in horror as his godfather, Sirius Black, fell through this veil, his body never to be recovered. The official explanation provided to Harry suggested that this archway was simply a barrier between the land of the living and the realm of the dead, a physical manifestation of the boundary all must eventually cross. But what if this understanding merely scratches the surface of a far more complex magical reality? What if the archway in the Department of Mysteries is not merely a portal to death, but a doorway to another dimension entirely, a parallel magical reality that exists alongside our own? To explore this theory, we must first consider what we know of the archway itself. Its construction appears ancient, predating the Ministry of Magic, and possibly even the founding of Hogwarts. Historical records make no mention of its creation, suggesting it may be among the oldest magical artifacts in Britain. The stone from which it is carved bears similarities to standing stones found at magical sites throughout the British Isles, stones often associated with boundaries not just between life and death, but between different planes of existence. The veil itself presents a particular mystery. Unlike solid barriers, it allows partial perception between realms, the whispers Harry and Luna heard emanating from the other side. This suggests not a complete separation, but a permeable boundary between spaces that remain partially connected. Such permeability is more consistent with interdimensional thresholds described in ancient magical texts than with absolute barriers between life and death. Consider the behavior of those who encountered the archway. Luna Lovegood and Harry Potter both heard voices beyond the veil, voices that called to them with an almost hypnotic allure. This attraction suggests something more complex than simply the boundary of death. Throughout magical history, dimensional thresholds have been associated with such compelling attractions, magical borders that call to certain witches and wizards based on their particular magical sensitivities or experiences. The Department of Mysteries, with its specialized focus on the fundamental aspects of magical existence, would naturally study such dimensional boundaries. The placement of the archway on a stone dais in a chamber, designed for its observation, suggests ongoing research rather than mere preservation of a death portal. The amphitheater-like design of the death chamber itself, with its descending stone benches surrounding the dais, resembles ancient magical observation chambers found in certain pre-Roman magical sites across Europe. Historical accounts of similar magical doorways exist in obscure magical texts. The legendary passages of Herpo, described in fragmentary Greek magical scrolls, speak of doorways through which specially trained wizards could pass and return, bringing knowledge from realms beyond ordinary perception. Norse magical traditions reference the Ginnungagap gates, thresholds between the 9 worlds that could be traversed by those with particular magical abilities or lineages. These historical parallels suggest the archway may belong to a category of magical objects designed for interdimensional travel, rather than simply marking the boundary of death. The fate of Sirius Black provides perhaps the most compelling evidence for this theory. When Sirius fell through the veil, his body vanished completely. Unlike typical magical death, which leaves physical remains, Sirius disappeared entirely, suggesting transportation rather than termination. If the veil were merely a barrier to the afterlife, his physical form should have remained while his spirit passed on. Instead, both physical and spiritual aspects of Sirius vanished behind the veil, consistent with whole being transportation to another dimension. Some magical theorists have suggested that the voices heard behind the veil are not those of the dead, but rather the living inhabitants of a parallel magical dimension, a realm that exists alongside our own, separated by a barrier that has thinned at the precise location of the archway. Those who have experienced death might develop a magical sensitivity to this barrier, explaining why only Harry, Luna, and presumably others who had witnessed death could hear the voices. The Department of Mysteries itself is organized around the study of fundamental magical forces: time, space, thought, love, and death. This organizational structure suggests the unspeakables recognize connections between these fundamental aspects of magical reality. If time can be manipulated through time turners, space condensed through magical transportation, thought captured in pensieves, and love, studied for its protective properties. Might not death similarly represent not an ending but a transition, a passage from one state of magical existence to another? Ancient magical cosmologies frequently described multiple interconnected realms, rather than a simple division between life and afterlife. Egyptian magical texts reference dozens of distinct regions beyond death. Celtic magical traditions speak of the other world as a place one might enter without dying through certain sacred passages. These traditions suggest a more complex understanding of what lies beyond the veil of death, not simply non-existence or a single afterlife, but potentially other dimensions of magical reality. Certain magical creatures display abilities that suggest the existence of dimensional boundaries. The Strahls, visible only to those who have witnessed death, may possess natural magical sensitivity to these boundaries. Dementors, with their ability to extract souls, might interact with the same interdimensional barriers in a different way. Even ghosts, who have chosen to remain in our dimension rather than passing on, represent conscious entities existing in a liminal state between dimensional realities. The behavior of magic near the archway provides further clues. During the battle in the Department of Mysteries, spells behaved strangely in proximity to the veil, some seeming to be absorbed by it, others deflected in unexpected ways. This magical interference is consistent with theoretical models of interdimensional boundaries, where the different magical properties of adjacent dimensions create areas of unpredictable magical behavior. If we accept the possibility that the archway leads to another dimension rather than simply to death, new interpretations of other magical phenomena become possible. The veil might represent simply one of many such boundaries between magical dimensions, perhaps the most stable and therefore the most studied, but not necessarily unique. Other locations in the wizarding world, where magic behaves unusually, certain areas of the Forbidden Forest, specific chambers in ancient magical sites like Stonehenge or the pyramids, might represent thinner areas between dimensional boundaries. The implications of this theory extend to our understanding of death itself in the wizarding world. Rather than representing an end, death might be more accurately understood as a transition between dimensional states, the passing of consciousness and magical essence from one realm of existence to another. This would explain why certain forms of magic can temporarily bridge this gap, allowing brief communications with those who have passed on. They have not ceased to exist, but simply continue to exist in another dimensional reality. For Sirius Black, this theory offers a tantalizing possibility. Rather than being truly dead, he might exist now in this parallel dimension, conscious, whole, but separated from our realm by a barrier that only specific forms of magic can penetrate. The whispers behind the veil might include his voice, calling to those who might someday find a way to open the doorway in both directions. Records from the Department of Mysteries remain heavily restricted, but rumors persist of unspeakables who have dedicated their careers to understanding the archway's true nature. Some magical historians believe that the chamber containing the veil was constructed not to study death, but to monitor this dimensional doorway, to ensure it remains stable, and to study what might occasionally pass through from the other side. As the stars wheel slowly overhead, and the veil continues its gentle, impossible fluttering, we are left to wonder about the true nature of this ancient archway. Is it merely a poetic physical representation of death's threshold, or a doorway to realms of magical existence we have only begun to comprehend? Does it represent an end, or merely a different kind of beginning, a passage to another dimension, where magic operates by different rules but consciousness continues? As you drift towards sleep and your own consciousness prepares to journey temporarily to the realm of dreams, consider this question: if the veil in the Department of Mysteries truly leads to another dimension rather than simply to death, what other doorways might exist throughout the magical world, unrecognized for what they are? Passages between realms waiting for those with the right perception to see them for what they truly are.